as if I'm clinging on to a past time in which I wasn't clinging to either the past or the future. That means that I had this experience where I could experience the past and future as really just extensions of my present state, and all of the good and bad things in life I could feel very clearly how they were just two sides of each other. How that the idea of them being good or bad is not very true. It was only a partial, a subjective or relative truth. But I just felt so aware of the way everything works in relation to my current state. Like my current state being my emotional and mental state, and just the way that I experience time. If I feel, some degree of satisfaction or dissatisfaction, like all of those things just have been revealing themselves as just facets of the same whole big thing. And even just everyday consciousness, everyday normal consciousness of thinking about stuff, of wanting stuff, of wanting something to be different, like that was part of it too. It's not an experience that's, really, it's not like desirable in the conventional sense. It's not, it certainly isn't it's not a happy state. It's not a happy state, it's not a sad state, it's everything. And that might sound desirable when I describe it, but it's not. It just doesn't feel good. It doesn't exactly feel bad. It's like, to the extent that it feels bad, you understand that feeling as just a necessary component of reality. And it's the same with the good. Like anything that would feel good, you just understand that it's just like a normal part of reality that is also attached to the bad, the bad in quotation marks, scare quotes. And then sometime later I noticed myself feeling like, I'm not in that state of like big understanding. I'm just in normal consciousness now. I should do something to try and get my state back into that. I should do something to get back into that state of good description of my experience. You know, of there just absolutely being no kind of valuative hierarchy of anything. Only in relative terms. Like I'm tempted to call it feeling of oneness or something. But it's not something blissful. It's as if, you know, if you took everything affirming in life and simultaneously are aware of how all of that is simultaneously moving towards death, and also just being so aware and empathetic to suffering that it hurts a lot. It just hurts to be aware of that much suffering, how much there is, and knowing that you can't really end it. I don't know if there's a real end to suffering. I certainly don't have a clear idea of how I can make even a significant impact on it in my lifetime. Because it just seems baked in to the fabric of reality. But you know, we got some time here to investigate that. We'll see what we can do about it. You know, it's like, I guess it seems like it's like you might as well, you know. Don't know how to end suffering, but you know, might as well try, because like, what else is there? Well, maybe I can first try to end my own suffering, and maybe I'll start with this, you know, feeling of attachment that I have for some state that I'm thinking of, some state of what I guess what I'm calling non-dual awareness. Or at least a glimpse into it. And just accept the state that I'm in right now, because I know that, you know, that from a non-dual perspective, acceptance of this current state that I'm in would be the only conclusion. even if I were in a state of ignorance, you could say. Like maybe just kind of blindly thinking that the state that I'm in is either good or bad, and somehow permanent, or somehow not linked to the opposite of that. And there's all kinds of ways for the mind to just take reality and just fragment it into tons of ideas. And then, you know, these fragmented ideas just run through our minds and kind of battle with each other in this dialogue. Like, you know, maybe, you know, I'm walking and talking here, and maybe I'm having some kind of evaluative thoughts of how I'm spending my time. Is this a good way to spend my time, or is it a bad way to spend my time? Should I be doing this, or should I be doing something else? You know? Is there, like, is this, like, and then, you know, I can think of, like, what's this getting me in the, right now? Like, what is this doing for me right now? I don't know if it's doing anything. I don't really believe it's doing anything for me. What's it gonna give me in the future? I don't know. It's, you know, it's not gonna get me any, I have no feeling it's gonna give me material gain. Maybe in some abstract way, if, you know, somehow this walking and talking thing contributes in some way to me becoming famous or successful. Maybe that's a factor going on in my mind. Maybe I'm doing this for fame. Maybe I'm doing it for success. Maybe I'm doing it for respect. Or to be liked. Maybe I want to be liked. And then maybe I'll think, like, what if I was doing something else? What if I was working a job, a regular job? You know, I had to make this decision today. I went to my kind of regular day job this morning, and I had the option to continue working through the afternoon or to leave and do this, and I chose to do this instead of the job that would give me, you know, an hourly rate, but it wouldn't make me famous. So maybe I'm sacrificing some money for some narcissistic pleasure or something. But, you know, all of these things are just examples of fragmented ideas about what's going on right now. And you can spend an eternity trying to sort them out and weigh them against each other, and trying to come to a logical conclusion about what's the best thing to do. But I think it's ultimately kind of fruitless. Because there's just there's just an amount of complexity at play in the world that won't ever be able to be fully quantized and, you know, or represented. Because, you know, it's like if you were to want to map the whole world in as fine detail as it actually exists, then the map would have to be exactly as large as the territory, and it would essentially be the territory, you know, because representation is necessarily reductive. And these thoughts they are reductive of our reality, and that's kind of a necessary function of thoughts. We need to reduce our reality sometimes. But I feel currently in this moment no need to really reduce reality. I am, in a way, reducing it into words. That is true, but at the same time, there exists a more compatible, or a more complex reality right here and now that contains the words and contains everything else. And it's not being represented or reduced. What you're looking at, the screen you're looking at, if you just take the screen alone, if you just take the little YouTube video window alone, you can say that's a representation. It's a representation of the visual world that I'm occupying. And the sound that's coming out of your speakers or headphones is a representation of the audio world that I'm inhabiting, the sonic world I'm inhabiting. But also, this is all taking place in a whole real world around you that includes whatever device you're using to watch and listen to this. It includes your body and your mind and your environment and the entire world that you're in, and I'm also in, assuming that you're watching this at a time when I'm still alive. But even if not, then most likely the physical matter that once made up my body is still here in reality. And that's not a representation. You know, and these representations that you're witnessing are just a part of your very real world. The one that I'm also part of it. I just may not be proximitous to you at the moment, you know. But theoretically, if I walked far enough, I could just walk over to your house right now and knock on the door, and there I would be holding my camera and say hi to you, and you could get on the camera if you wanted and be represented. And you know, your whatever physical locality you are in can become a representation as well. But the whole reason I was getting at this, I guess, was to talk about this feeling of non-duality duality that the thoughts we tend to think, thoughts we tend to think have a dual nature, or they're kind of valuative. Things are one way or the other, or you say that they're one. If you say that they're one way, then it means that they're not the other. And us as human beings, we evaluate things. Will this be good for me, or will this be bad for me? Of course, all the time. I'm walking on the sidewalk as opposed to walking in the road where the cars are. That's good for me. But in some other sense, is it really good for me? Well, of course, the consequence of walking in the road would be that I would have a much higher likelihood of dying very soon. Or if I didn't die, then I'd be obstructing traffic and maybe I'd get arrested, and all sorts of unpredictable things might disrupt the normal flow of my life. And so I would generally think of that as bad. But if we're gonna be perfectly honest about things, in the grand scheme of things, like, how can you really say any of those things are good or bad? Because even something like death is inevitable for everyone, and it's very likely that you've known someone who has died. And I by no means want to trivialize something like that, trivialize the amount of pain involved in that, pain and suffering. It can be excruciating. The amount of pain and suffering caused by a major loss like that can rip apart what you think about the world, what you think about yourself, and what you think about life. And I think of that as almost a definition of pain. But then, something like that has happened, and there's no more possibility of changing it, and we think of it as a bad thing. But then, what do we do now? What do we do now? Something happened that was bad, and many things happen that are very bad. And then we're here, and then we're still here. We're still here now. And the question becomes, what do we do now? And, in this very moment, when we have to make a decision like that, how do we continue from here now that something bad has happened? Very often, the way to continue on always involves some form of acceptance. And acceptance, I think acceptance acknowledging non-duality of things. Like, say for example, someone that you loved has died, and it's terrible and it's painful, and you wish it hadn't happened. But then you have to understand that the reason that it's so painful and feels so bad is because that person was so good in your life. Because that person brought so much happiness. And it was a wonderful thing that that person was alive to begin with. And that goodness and that wonderfulness of that person living eventually turned into the sadness and loss and pain and suffering of their dying. And for acceptance, I feel like you have to just acknowledge both of those poles of something at the same time, and acknowledge there being the two sides of the same coin. And that all in all told together, it doesn't come out good or bad, it just is. It's just the way it is. Suffering from something, it kind of urges us to come into this non-dual understanding. But if you have a strong understanding of that, you may continue to have access to that understanding even in the presence that something that would otherwise seem good, seem unequivocally good, you know. Something comes into your life that seems like an opportunity or seems like incredibly tempting, or like it's just a straight up good thing, like you win the lottery or something, and you get recognized for something. You get, you know, but if you have the non-dual understanding, like you'll also recognize they're for however good it seems, there's always going to be downsides. Or you might recognize all the pain and suffering and difficulty that had to occur in the past in order for this good thing to happen. You know, it's like that's why it can be hard to work towards long-term goals, to do something that doesn't have any payoff until far in the future. to do that sort of thing, it also kind of requires you to tap into this non-dual understanding of things. You know, and it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple, you know. You can understand that you can exercise really hard and work really hard to exercise and for a long time, and work hard to maintain a healthy diet, even if it feels difficult and you have to sacrifice things. But you know that will cause you to feel healthier and happier and more energetic in the future. But it takes a long time. But if your non-dual understanding is like, if it's rooted in the experiential, rooted in experience, that means you're not just kind of mentally thinking about something paying off in the future, but you are kind of like first-hand experiencing the non-duality of things. Then doing hard things like that is not so hard. It's like it would be as if doing the exercise part doesn't quite hurt as much. Because you know you're actually tuned into the benefits as you're doing it, and it's not just like a thing that's off in the future that you have to endure all this suffering now. It's like the suffering and the reward are more, you know, merged into one another, and it's more of a flatter experience. And then, you know, at the time when you're experiencing the benefits of that exercise, then you're not, you know, you might not be getting this huge emotional payoff. Maybe you're not like on some kind of high or something, but you're aware of its linkage to the work that you did at the same time. And so, you know, this example that I'm using is a fairly concrete one, an observable one. Maybe even a measurable one. Things, but this, like this, you know, this kind of cause and effect is at play in very subtle ways at every moment of our reality. Like just in like very subtle ways that we think. Subtle ways that we react to things in our world. Like, just like another examples would be like, if I go to a restaurant and get a bowl of soup and I feel really satisfied, and I'm like, and I think to myself, this is a great bowl of soup. You know, just that experience, like, you know, plain experience, like this is a good thing, this soup. very happy that I'm eating this soup. Like this specific soup. And then in that experience, that reaction that occurred in your mind when you ate that soup leaves a certain, mental structure in your mind of having this very positive association with this particular soup. And, there's good reason for that, of course. That's kind of how we work. It's how we continue to make choices in life that help our life go forward. But say the next day it comes around lunchtime again, and in my mind I'm just like I'm still just thinking about that soup that I had yesterday. It's so good, and I gotta get that soup again. But man, today I'm like nowhere near that restaurant where I got the soup. Like, how can I get it again? And then there, you can get. It's easy to get stuck on an idea like that. Like, that might cause me to overlook the options for lunch that might be more practical. And of course, I don't know. This might not be as profound as the manner in which I'm saying it. Like, these little associations happen to us all the time, every day through life, and through all of them, hopefully we construct a deeper, more dynamic picture of what to do in life. So maybe it's not like, so if I'm a little bit wiser, then maybe I'm not like, I have to have that particular soup from that particular restaurant every day for lunch from now on, even if I have to drive all the way across town. Maybe something a little more flexible occurs to me, like just the idea that soup in general is a satisfying thing to eat for lunch in winter. And so that idea will occur to me in other situations where I'm at, where there might be soup available, or I might be able to make soup or something like that. But maybe this isn't the most useful example. I'm just thinking, like, there might be just even more subtler things. Like, maybe you tell somebody some kind of, you happen to mention some fact to someone in conversation, something that you learned, and they seem very impressed to learn that. They seem really impressed, and they seem to, like, kind of like you because you told them that. They like you a little more. And then you get this little emotional reward from that. And then if you're not tapped into like a very dynamic understanding of life, maybe some fixed idea in your mind develops, like, I'm gonna remember this factoid that's impressed this person, and I'm just gonna like bring it up as often as I can in conversation, even if it has nothing to do with the conversation. I'm just gonna look for opportunities to inject this impressive factoid because it will make people like me. And then you kind of do that subconsciously or consciously, and then it doesn't really work. You know, people are like you know, people pick up on a subtle feeling that maybe you're just trying to impress them or something. And maybe, you know, maybe they don't say it like that, but maybe there becomes like this kind of subtle feeling of like maybe they don't enjoy talking to you that much, or maybe they'll still talk to you, but maybe they have this kind of subconscious feeling that they now have to try to impress you with factoids, that they have to kind of like respond in a like manner of being smart. And so I guess like what the alternative would be is just to stay open as possible, I suppose. Whatever that means. But you know, we just have to learn these things by going through life. But it's like, but for me, that like kind of staying connected to this non-dual understanding is, I feel like, the best way to remain open and receptive and responsive to the world. Because when you do that, it means you're not, when something happens to you, you're not forming a fixed judgment in your mind about whether that's a good or a bad thing. I don't know. As I say that, it sounds kind of wrong as well. It sounds kind of untrue, you know, like the opposite is also true of what I'm saying. So here we are, you know. Here we are. I'm telling you something that I have imagined to be true in my mind, and that I'm telling you some kind of directive that I seem to be espousing as a positive thing to do in your life. And as I'm saying it, it just sounds kind of funny because I recognize that the absolute opposite of it is also true, and that, like, of course you learn things that are bad for you. You do things and something happens to you that's obviously bad, and then so you learn not to do that, and that's also a good thing, you know. And that also happens all the time, of course. It's like the opposite of what I just said. The exact opposite of it is equally as true. And so it's like, this is kind of the process that I'm talking about. It's kind of, here it is at play. It even defeats itself. or not exactly defeats itself, but it like neutralizes itself. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm espousing non-dual awareness, but like at the same time, dual awareness is just as essential, because dual awareness is the only thing that prevented me from walking into the street, into the traffic, and the only thing that which therefore allows me to keep talking to you about this stuff. It's like they're actually both dependent on each other, just like everything else in the reality. Why am I choosing certain words as opposed to other words? I'm speaking the English language in a way that I hope makes sense to you, or is at least legible to you. Not just babbling and saying completely random sounds, non-syntactical sounds. But I'm using this syntax, this English language, to explain some concept to you that has to do with non-evaluative understanding of the world. And so it's paradoxical. It seems as if this non-dual understanding that I'm talking about, this non-dual awareness, is completely dependent on very many things that do have good or bad valuations. Everything that keeps me alive as a person, I had to do in order to support this brain, in order to say these words. So I'm kind of stumped again. Stumped myself. And that's what we do here in Walking and Talking. It's kind of a chilly and windy day, and I say it's chilly, and that implies that it's bad, because that seems to compare to potentially a warmer day. But it's February, could be a heck of a lot colder. So for February, it's a relatively warm day. That seems to be a good way to interpret it. How is it? Really, it's just a day. Life is life. Somebody said that. Life is life. I think that's a song or something. Might be you should search "Life is Life" on YouTube. I think I have a vague memory of that being something. A friend of mine uttered those words to me recently, and it seemed to ring a bell in my head. It's a pretty good summation of existence, wouldn't you say? Life is life. I think that sums it up pretty well. I could just say that and not say anything else for the rest of this Walking and Talking episode, but you know, as I've said in the past, you know, there's no need for me to do this. There's no need for me to be walking and talking out here. It's not, I'm not explaining something to you that you're going to be able to grasp onto and take with you, really, you know? It's, I don't know. It's just a process, and all I'm saying is words here, and as we've talked about, words are necessarily reductive, and I'm just continually spewing them out. You know, just a continuous streaming representation of reality for me. That's cool. And as you go on, you know, as you spend all this time listening, as I spend all this time walking and talking, it becomes really clear that we're not really arriving anywhere, you know? We can't arrive at any solid conclusion, you know? Once, like, I don't think there's been any time where I've done one of these episodes and at the end it's like, there, we figured it out, we're done, you know? We figured out reality. We did it, you know? That's never gonna happen. And so when you listen to this, you have to be aware that you're not going to take anything away from it, you know. It's not going to, I don't think it's going to, I don't know, maybe, you know, it's, here we are in the, like, with the non-dual and dual conundrum again, because, you know, in an ultimate non-dual sense, you're not gaining anything, and there is no such concept of gaining. It doesn't even make sense or imply. There's no possibility of gaining, and in that sense, there's nothing you can gain from watching this video or doing anything else. But then there's also this dual sense wherein maybe if you're in the right, just in the right conceptual zone where you haven't thought about things in this way before, or you're just starting to think about things in this way before, or you've thought about things similarly, maybe you hear it and it connects some dots for you, or maybe it stimulates and expands your thinking about something, and maybe stimulates some kind of growth in the way that you think about things, or the way that you experience the world, or that you experience yourself. And so, in that sense, maybe there is something that you can gain, in, you know, gaining in the relative sense. But I think maybe what's even a greater possibility with this video is the possibility of just kind of, for a long time, just kind of accessing this kind of non-dual state. Because you can you can listen to this and you can just stop. You can just kind of be. Like once you really understand that you're not getting anywhere, and in that sense you're not necessarily getting anywhere by doing anything else, at least for the time being, you can just kind of be, and you can listen to this, or as I like to say, you can just hear this. Like you can even like kind of, it's as if you can listen so deeply that the feeling of effort of listening drops off, and you're just left hearing it. And then if you're just hearing it, you're kind of in a relaxed state of consciousness, but very receptive. You know, you might kind of become just a little more aware of your own inner experience, and like there's a little cessation of the thinking about yourself in relation to the world, thinking about the world in relation to yourself. So maybe you just like kind of take a break from that for a while, and you just hear this. And maybe you can I don't know, maybe it's possible to access some state of being where, you know, there is a kind of understanding that's not so fragmented. And it's not like you don't have to like cling on to this state, you don't have to like work to keep this state, because you understand that it's not in its own nature something desirable, something that needs to be clung on to. But like when you're in this state, you kind of realize that it's essentially the same as all states, and that all the states of being are essentially connected to each other. They're so connected to each other that, you know, any reaction that you have to one condition has an effect on the other conditions. I don't know if that makes sense. But it's like, yeah, it's like being in a state that's where your mind is so not polarized between either clinging on to this state or wanting another state, or, you know, you're neither rejecting nor clinging on to this state, and you're neither fearing or wanting another state of being. And experience kind of pass over you. But you know, this feels like the way that I'm talking feels so passive, you know? Like, isn't this just am I just kind of like lulling you into passivity? I don't really want to do that. You know, because, you know, we have the ability to make choices and control our reality. And so why wouldn't we want to change reality to our liking? You know, to the extent that we can. We can control certain things about our own lives to some extent. So we do that, of course. And so, you know, you could be asking yourself, should I be doing this? Should I be doing this, or should I be doing something else? Is this a productive use of my time? Or is this a waste of my time? You know, you gotta ask yourself that. You gotta, you know, you might be asking yourself that right now. You're like, you might be asking yourself, you know, do I have time to keep watching this long ass YouTube video? Or should I be doing something else? Should I be doing something productive? Or is this good enough to make it worth it, you know? Am I, you know, I don't know. Maybe you're kind of into it. Maybe you're kind of into this. I'm gonna take a moment here to just stop and restart the camera, just to prevent against glitches which have occurred in the past. Stop. Start. And you know, I think about that too. I think about your time. It seems like we all spend a lot of time on entertainment, or maybe if it's not entertainment, it's consuming some form of media or another. You know, even if it's whether it's reading a book, or, you know, maybe we're learning something. And to some extent, like, I feel like entertainment and learning are kind of on a spectrum. Like, you know, some stuff is work to us. Some forms of media are work to consume. You know, especially like if you're in school and you have to study something for a class, like that's hard work. But then, you know, once you're done studying, maybe you're reading some kind of engrossing fiction novel, and that's like entertainment to read. That sucks you right in. Generally, it seems that the media that is conveyed by video, most of video media doesn't feel like hard work to watch, you know? It's like you just have to sit there. Why is it that with things like reading or books, they more often tend to be associated with the hard work of learning something, whereas video, it's like easier to watch, and even like, you know, tends to be more fun to watch, gives you more pleasure. even if it's an educational type of video, like a documentary or something like that. I don't know. But I imagine this to fall in some weird zone, some very weird zone that's, I'm sure it's more on the difficult side, to be sure. Difficult to watch this stuff for any long period of time, you know. But it's, oh, there's a kingfisher, I think. Yeah, that sound. But at least, you know, this media, it's probably not associated for you with some kind of end goal in mind. Like what makes studying math such hard work, you know? It's very abstract, hard to see the applicability to your daily life. When you're studying math, it's probably with some purpose of getting some kind of degree or something like that, like, you know, with these other goals in mind. And so there's a certain duality set up there where you're doing a hard thing for your mind to do in order to reach a goal. Or, I don't know, maybe you're the type of person that's actually sucked in and derives pleasure from studying. That's possible too. I don't know. I guess this is, for me, my experience of doing this. I think I suppose it lies more on the work side of things. Especially before I do it and I'm thinking about it and I'm thinking about, man, 4 hours of walking, talking, that's hard. That's gonna be hard. But then, you know, once I'm doing it, it's not pure pleasure, that's to be sure. But and sometimes actually it does feel like really hard work. But sometimes it's kind of just some kind of balance in the middle, where I'm just kind of just doing it, you know, and that's all. Not good or bad. And maybe I imagine that the experience of watching it might be something like that. And maybe it's possible that if this is a type of media that's conducive of that kind of state of being, where you're just doing something, you're not like feeling goal oriented, you're not feeling gaining feeling, like you're not feeling it being super hard work or super gratifying pleasure. Maybe this could be some kind of stabilizing influence. You know what I'm saying? Kind of flattening out, just kind of calming your mental state. Maybe if you're someone whose mental state might tend to be a little more frantic than than what's going on here, which I am, you know. When I'm not doing something like this, it's more of a likelihood that I'm going, you know, through daily life, addressing the pragmatic concerns in the dualistic manner which they need to be addressed. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how this fits in with society, you know? It's like, I think we have entertainment we have entertainment as like some kind of like antidote to work, you know? You work a long day that's difficult and unsatisfying, and then you go home and watch TV, or, you know, get on the computer and watch, you know, some form of entertaining streaming video or whatever. And it's something that you just like, it sucks you right in and lets your brain just take a break. It does the thinking for you. It gives you an emotional reward. It's like emotionally gratifying. That guy's doing his own walking and talking. And so, like, for me, I don't know exactly how what I'm doing fits into typical, you know, normal society, like, because if you worked a long hard day, like this might not be exactly what you want to watch when you're just trying to relax, you know. It's not really emotionally gratifying, I don't think, but maybe it's just for people that are kind of strange like me. I don't know, or maybe you are the type of person that actually can work a hard day and then be able to spend some time watching something like this that's not really emotionally gratifying, because you're kind of tapped into that non-dual understanding, and you understand the effects of entertainment on your mind and your emotional state. And you understand that if you did switch your habits from watching something that's super attention grabbing and emotionally gratifying to watching something like this that's a lot more difficult, but that you're able to kind of like relax and listen to this for a while. Maybe it calms down a little bit, that duality in your mind, and so like when the next time you go to work, it's like, it's not like work is this horrible thing you just have to like bear through in order to get to that gratification when you get home and turn the TV on. But it becomes, they become kind of closer to equivalent in their desirability. You know what I'm saying? And I'm kind of one of those people that like that I'm not super after like super pleasures very that as much as most people are. I do. I mean, like the next guy, I enjoy food and, you know, enjoy some good media, some music here and there. But as of late I've kind of dropped off those appetites. And I just feel like all I can do is kind of work now. Like, and I don't feel comfortable doing anything fun. Or it's like work is fun now. Or not exactly fun. It's not exactly fun, but it's like I just only feel all right if I'm like being productive. And I guess my definition of being productive is a larger scope than just like making money or something. But it's like lately it's like if I'm not like sitting and smiling, walking, talking, working on my job, or meditating, or practicing drums, or like exercising, like I just feel uncomfortable. Like I can't like watch a movie or something like that. I just feel I can't like any. Yeah, I'm just like in this state where any idle moment that I have, like this extreme like discomfort starts to creep in, so I have to keep doing stuff or actively not doing stuff as is in the case of meditating. But maybe there will come a day in the future when I'm able to like just enjoy things again. But yeah, I guess I'm trying to, as much as I can, just enjoy this state of like kind of like enforced productivity, just enforced by my own existential angst. It's not exactly angst, truly, you know. I was framing it there kind of negatively, but again, it's actually non-dual. It's like what is it? It's like feeling. It's kind of like, this smells wet. It smells like spray paint. I want to lean against it, but I don't want to get. It's like it's like there's been some pain in my life that kind of forces me to dig deeper into that state of non-duality. And in order to dig down there, it's like I really have to metabolize that pain, if that makes any sense. Like I just have to fully feel the pain without doing anything to escape it. And even by talking about it, I feel like I'm in some way escaping it a little bit. By like, if I'm kind of if I'm like getting sympathy from people by telling them about the pain that I'm experiencing, then it feels as if that's like a slight lessening of experiencing it. And so I try not to do that very much. I try not to do it too much. Or maybe there's a way. Actually, I guess when I do it, if I'm explaining to somebody that I'm experiencing pain, I'm doing it in a way where I explain to them how I'm experiencing as part of a non-dual thing, and so that they don't need to like feel sorry for me, and I don't need to collect any sympathy, because I honestly don't want to collect sympathy, because I honestly do perceive that pain as a necessary component of reality and something that I need to just experience fully. Because by experiencing it fully, I feel like I'm able to kind of sink lower to the kind of base of reality. And it's not that I actually believe that there is any solid base, but I can get below the surface of things and just understand things a little deeper by just like not trying to evade the pain that life has brought to me. And I want to be careful not to be boastful about it or something like that, or I want to be careful not to build up some kind of sense of ego around that, not to create some fixed idea that there's something noble about what I'm doing, because that again is like another kind of just escape mechanism from feeling it fully, like dropping into the emptiness fully is what I'm trying to do. And to be honest, I don't feel like I'm actually doing it right now at this moment, because I'm describing it. I don't necessarily feel like I'm actually like actively experiencing it right now. So maybe it's just a representation now. But maybe I could experience it. It's like it would, I guess that means it would have to come in the form of, experiencing pain. I guess, yeah, I don't know. But then, when I say that, then again, like this thing about pain, like starts to feel not so clear to me. Like it's like then again, like if I have a non-dual understanding of pain, it's not just pain exactly, It's like, it's actually moving into a greater understanding of reality, and so that's not bad. It's hard, I'd say. Like, what am I experiencing now? Like, I feel the cold in my fingers, mostly. That's mostly where I feel the cold. And, if I were in a more, I guess, like, superficial level of experiencing, then I would like really think of that as a bad thing, and like really work to get my fingers warm. I'm doing some. I got my one hand in my pocket to keep it relatively warm. But yeah, it doesn't really feel like a source of suffering. It's winter, and all the foliage around is dead, and everything's brown, and it's very overcast, and You know, I'm not perceiving this as a particularly beautiful setting at all. You know, I'm certainly not experiencing aesthetic inspiration or beauty right now. So like that, you know, that might be normally something that I might be longing for. I've been to this place many times before while walking and talking. And so, you know, it's not a super inspiring place to me. There's somebody tagged meme review here. That's, you know, that's a little interesting YouTube real world linkage there. The wind is blowing, and it brings a chill to me. And that's, you know, I guess I feel that as like a mild form of pain, coldness. It does make me kind of long for warmth. There's and it's true that it's also very true that I'm not in my life at this moment. I'm experiencing very little interpersonal warmth. Just like, and I'm not. That's not like anybody's fault or anything. But it's a waterfall. Guess I can't walk out there. But I'm experiencing the downside of having a period in my life where I experienced a great amount of interpersonal warmth and affection, and it very suddenly, and that particular source of warmth and affection very suddenly went away, and that's been a source of pain and a source of the world feeling cold lately. But I have been really able to understand it. As a pretty integral aspect of life. And to see how that pain that, you know, on one hand I could attribute to that source, or attribute this pain to the loss of that source of warmth and affection. And love. Is just this factor that is strongly urging me into this deeper understanding of things. just understanding, being able to really fully understand the pain as just being the flip side of the pleasure. And the warmth that I had, you know, just like the cold of this winter being the absence of the warmth of the summer. Might say like, well, what if I just went to a tropical place and it'd be summer all the time? Is it possible to do that with love? I don't know. I tend to feel like that. I tend to feel as if long-lasting love has to be rooted in a non-dual awareness of love. There's just an awareness of pain being the flip side of the pleasure. And in that sense, it's not as if the love has gone away, you know, forever or anything like that. It's just that I'm in a period of needing to experience the flip side of another period of pleasure and contentment and warmth, you know. Like just needing to experience the difficult side of love for a while. With knowing that, you know, on the other side of experiencing that difficulty, maybe I could, you know, either I could either the warm, easy side will come back in some other form, or maybe I could just remain in that like solid neutral state, foregoing the jagged emotional topography. You know what I'm saying? Just like stay at the bottom once I get to the bottom, and then it's no longer pain, and you're no longer unstable, you know? You're not feeling like reliant on something that might go away. Like on these walking and talking videos, it's as if like I can't really strongly like you're here with me and you hear me, and that's, I get some kind of comfort out of that. But it's not exactly like I can emotionally rely on you. I don't know. I think you know, when I do, it's true that when I do know that people listen and watch, and when people leave positive comments, I get some kind of emotional reward out of that. Actually, it's encouraging to keep doing this anyways. But in this moment, it's kind of, in some sense, it's a solitary thing, and so it's like kind of conditioning myself to I don't know, have a right understanding of the world, to be able to just abide without any emotional crutches. But maybe I'm building my crutches in the mechanisms of thought that I'm creating for myself. Who knows, in my interpretations of reality. But it's good to do this for 4 hours without having any other input, because your mind doesn't get jerked around looking at the world through all these different angles, through all these different lenses, all these different promises of ways to escape your suffering. The ads, like every ad promises a way to make your life better, and they're designed to pull your mind in that direction and to like filter your reality through that. And even every YouTube video is vying for your attention with the promise of the next way to, the next thing to learn or experience or thrill or new way of understanding something or new perspective on something that will give you a better experience of life in some way. And me presenting this YouTube video is in some ways, maybe just by presenting this video, is in some way making some claim that maybe this could be that for you. In some ways, it's kind of like, maybe this will be that for me. Maybe this can be that for me. And I'll put it out there and see if it stimulates any possibilities for other people, which so far it seems to have for a few people, for some people. To not, I'm continually stating, just kind of narrating my experience and talking about my perspective on reality, and I'm kind of hoping that it's without any without a super strong drive towards like manipulating you into thinking any particular viewpoint. I'm hoping that it's just a thing that you can kind of bounce your mind off of and let it expand or something like that. Room to breathe, give your own mind some room to breathe. haven't felt so far like it's been an enormous effort. It hasn't been an intense effort yet. But something in my mind wonders, what's the possibility here if I do spend more effort, you know? Like, could I actually be happier or something, you know? Many of these episodes have, in my experience in many of these episodes, has gone up and down more. As in, I'll feel difficulty for a while, and then I'll feel like it's walking uphill. It's hard to keep thinking. It's hard to keep talking. It's hard to keep saying what I'm thinking. And then I kind of get to the top of the hill, then I start going downhill, and it's just easy and fun. So far, this one's felt kind of even, like level field, and I've been walking on level field. Now I'm starting to walk uphill a little bit in a physical here, walking up a slight hill, and I'm starting to have this thought that maybe I can will myself to have a more positive experience. I don't know what that means, because, like, you know, if we talk about effort, it's like, that's hard, right? That's like putting effort means experiencing pain, right? Isn't that kind of like what's going on? Like, doing something you don't actually feel like doing something that feels unnatural to you. I don't know. Like, but you know, I just, like, now I picked up the pace of my walking a little bit, and I'm starting to pay a little more attention to the rate of my speech, and seeing if I can seeing how it feels to just, maybe even in a superficial way, just talk faster and more lively or something. Like, what happens to me if I maybe even in a superficial way, just put on a more lively persona at the moment, you know? Just like can I just conjure up some charisma, you know? What's gonna happen? Is this, and the question I'm asking, is this gonna actually make me happier? Am I faking it? Is it effort? You know, like, we seem to, you know, see people in life that seem to really be able to like put on a positive attitude, a really chipper positive attitude. I don't really do that. Like, what if I did though? I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess it usually doesn't feel that real to me to do that, and I seem to like more value authenticity and reality than positivity, because I have, you know, if I see like just positivity alone, then I feel like there's something important being left out here, and it's gonna come back to bite us in the ass, you know? Gotta acknowledge the negative parts. You know? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. There's a big ass pile of tires being covered up with vines. You know, in the summer when all that's green, I had no idea there's a giant piles of tires under there. It's all hidden. And you know, like, here's what's happened is, you know, I picked up my pace a little bit, trying to kick up my tone a little bit, and I'm apparently getting a little distracted more often, you know, distracted by the piles of tires. Is there a sacrifice to be made for being positive? You know, are we losing some attention? Are we letting things pass us by more because of that? You know what I need to do? I need to drink some liquid. You know, I just remembered that I have, where can I set you down for a second? I just remembered that I have tea, and man, my hands are cold. Here's what, see, this is what's happening. I put a little effort to be more positive and bring it up, and then like, as soon as I did that, it's like, now my hands are like really feeling cold, or like I'm like really noticing the feeling of my hands being cold more than I was before, or it's like more annoying to me now. And I guess I don't know. I don't really feel annoyed, but damn, my hands are like almost numb. And then I remembered that I had this tea, and I was like, ooh, pleasure. Give me that pleasurable sensation of tea. Ugh, my hands are so cold that it's hard to open this thing. I need like a stick or something. It's on so tight and my hands are so cold. Ugh. It's moving. It moved. Trying to do it without. It moved a little. Gotta take a breather. Things are getting more dramatic here. A little more action. It's open. I'm saved. Is it still warm? It's a little bit warm. A little bit. My hand is really cold. I need to stick it under my shirt. This is content, you know? This is content. I'm a content creator. I'm a creator. I'm a YouTube creator. Look at me, I'm a YouTube creator. I create things. I'm a creator. Look at me creating. I'm creating right now. I'm creating every second of this video. Look how creative I am. Look at me creatively create this creation. I gotta pee too. Man, I was just like, I was like on some kind of roll there for a while, you know, just like real like just like even keel. And then like all of a sudden I was like, damn, I gotta pee. Damn, my hands are cold. Damn, I need to drink some tea. Gotta burp. And now I'm just like off the hinges. I'm not off the hinges. I'm just like getting a little wacky, you know? My hand's still not warm enough. I can't get it underneath my undershirt. It's so fucking cold. This is walking and talking where I kneel and drink tea. You know, we're just going along. We're just moving through time. That's the goal of this. We're just moving forward through time, you know, and we're moving towards death. But don't think that death is even really the escape, you know. There's no easy way out. You know, because even if you die, every single thing that you have ever done in the world leaves an effect, you know, and that effect it passes on to other people, and it just keeps going. It keeps going down. Like you affect one person and they affect another person. You know, the way you affect even like the physical reality around you has an effect on other people, and that keeps trickling down, you know. Those effects keep going and moving, and just because your body, you know, rots in the ground and you know it transfigures, turns into, you know, a different form, you know, you're still inseparable from the world, you know. Like maybe the particular things of your identity disappear, but you know, all the other identities are still here, and all the other consciousness is still here, and all the inanimate matter is still here. You just gotta, and then it's all good. I'm all good. Yeah, thank you. See, that guy's nice. You know, I'm just like kneeling here on the side of the path with like my hand up my shirt. I can't even get it out now. Look, it's stuck. My hand's stuck in my shirt. It looks weird. I feel weird. The hand's a little bit warmer. See if I can warm up this hand a little bit. You know? Being a cold creator. Just being cold for, you know, a while. That's creative. What's it create? It creates a video of a person being cold, you know? YouTube creator. You know, we're moving through time. We're moving forward. We're moving forward towards death, and we're moving through death. Things keep going after that, you know, for who knows how long. So, you know, what's your orientation? Well, there's no orientation, but, you know, you gotta pretend like there is one anyways, because you gotta, you know, you gotta exist. And so it's basically make the world better, you know, reduce the suffering, and, you know, keep the big picture in mind. I should probably keep moving here. That might be a way to stay warm. And at some point I'm gonna take a piss once I get to a warmer or more secluded zone. You know, I wonder, is it okay what I'm doing? Am I escaping something? Started to like sometimes take on a mildly irreverent tone, which, you know, I suppose that's a manifestation of understanding the emptiness of reality. But, you know, is it an escape? You know, is it hedonistic to be irreverent, to be humorous? Like, would it be more prudent of me to continue to like seriously dive down into the emptiness? I don't know. I guess I feel pretty in it. I feel pretty within that emptiness. So maybe a little bit of irreverence and a little bit of humor within that isn't gonna do anybody any harm. It's getting colder. It's getting colder, and we still got 2 hours, a little over 2 hours to go here. So some part of me feels like we gotta be a little stingy with our emotional reserves here. You know what I'm saying? We can't gratify ourselves too much yet, because we still gotta keep doing this for a while. We still gotta keep moving. There's like these devil's walking stick plants just like sticking up here like some spooky fingers. It's overcast. There's like just like a little bit of sun like peeking through. It feels desolate. feels like I feel kind of lonely, but that's just the nature of my life right now. Even among people at the moment. But that's okay. It's just like, that's just what I gotta deal with right now. You know, you come through the other side. You come through the other side of feeling darkness and difficulty. And when there's times that I don't talk, I wonder if that's a kind of an equivalence of emptiness of speech. It's not that different for me, you know. My experience of between talking and thinking isn't drastically different. Or if I'm not talking, I might be thinking verbally. And I wonder if it's the same for you, if because I don't know if my voice is comforting to you. If I don't know if you experience me as kind of a friend or something, or just a weirdo. And I don't know if me talking is like keeps you company. And I wonder if when I stop talking, if you feel uncomfortable at all. I tend to imagine that if you've watched much of walking and talking and have some kind of feel for who I am, then you're probably not disturbed by a little bit of silence here and there. You keep me some company in this kind of weird mediated way. And that just because I'm able to know that somebody's gonna hear this later, I feel something more than if I were just out here by myself talking to myself. I'm gonna stop the camera and restart it to prevent glitches. So I was talking about, you know, can I effortfully bring myself to a more positive experience? It seems like that's a good possibility, you know? But like, But then I have this question of, and you know, it's like, as you're well aware, it's not as if I'm having a negative experience. I just feel kind of like intensely neutral, and like some people really don't like that. They really like. It's like there's some people that seem to need me to have an evaluative judgment of everything. But you might detect in my tone of voice that I seem to have a negative evaluative judgment of that type of behavior. Which, yeah, I guess in that moment I did, but I understand it. It's fine. But let me be neutral about things sometimes. You know? Let me like not have to fragment reality into these positive and negatives all the time. Yeah, you know? Of course, relatively speaking, there's positive and negatives, but damn, there has to be room to experience the neutral sometimes. Because, you know, it's not just neutral, it's non-duality. It's a fuller understanding of things. Here's like this mulch right here feels like comparatively like more warmth of color than I've seen all day, and like just the slightly more rich brown of this mulch is like even like a treat for my senses, and I just feel like laying in it, you know. I can just like, and it's like relatively soft. I just huddle up and bundle up and lay here for a second. You know? How's this for effort? Just like laying here and talking. Here, I'll show you what my view is. There's a sycamore tree up there with the dingle dangles on it. And some clouds and some power lines. And another sycamore tree. There's a contrail up there. And there's the clouds, and the sun is going progressively farther down, and it's getting colder and getting darker. And I still have to pee. And yeah, actually it's, I don't know, yeah, evaluative judgments are fine. It's fine, because even those, you know, I can be neutral about even having an evaluative judgment, of course. Why didn't I think of that before? It's fine. It's fine. This is my answer for everything. Life is life. It's fine. It's fine. That is my answer. We don't need to do any more walking and talking. We figured it all out, and the conclusion is it's fine. Everything And it's also not fine at the same time, but it's fine that it's not fine. So it's fine that it's not fine. And I'm looking at all these clouds, and it gives me this big sense of distance. Like, there's so much land and there's so many people. There's so many people just under the range of where those clouds are. And all of them experience life. Are they okay? I wonder, I really wonder. Because, this experience that I'm having, it just feels intense. Damn. I guess, all these people like doing work, they're working. Life is hard, man. I just hope that they have some joy and some warmth and some comfort. I just hope they I kind of want for everybody to just be able to have a little break from the emptiness. I can't seem to find it. In anywhere in the near future, but I'm sure I'll find it eventually. Yeah, I'm just way in it. I think. That's what it seems like to me, I'm outside for a long time. I'm by myself, except for you. I don't have anything to distract me except, I guess, whatever stuff is around. And I'm just at the mercy of my mind. Whatever, I have to, because I'm continuously talking, I have to deal with whatever comes to my mind. But at the same time, I can exercise my agency, I suppose, and I keep directing my mind. And it doesn't need to go in any particular direction, but I just gotta keep kind of prodding it along like a cow. Just keep going here. Keep making up words to say, Man, I wish there was like a warm spot somewhere. But I guess it might be warmer back towards the city. I should find a place to pee. But then I'm gonna, the thing is, if I pause the video while I pee, then I might kind of lose, I'm gonna lose, the timer's gonna restart, and then I'm gonna lose my sense of how long's left to go. And it's, at the moment it feels good for me to have that sense of time. So if you don't mind, yeah, maybe, if you don't mind, I might just like set you up in a place with a nice view for a little bit while I just take a pee. Like, I know it's kind of cheating because I might not be talking, but here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna set you up like this, and let's see. Oh, don't want you to fall over. And I'm gonna go take a pee real quick, and just in a place where you won't be able to hear the tinkle sound. And I'll be right back. Kind of a nice zone here. We got like there's some interest, some visual interest here. There's this pile of rocks. You can climb up on the pile of rocks. You know, just a little variety in our terrain. You know, variety is the spice of life. It distracts you. We just gotta distract ourselves from the emptiness, you know. That's basically that's maybe like the way we go about life. That's maybe the way to live, actually, is to just continually just keep distracting ourselves from you know, seeing too much of reality, because it's not fun. Cold day today, cold reality today. You know, I could why don't I just run around a bit, you know? It would keep me warm. It would change up the pace a little bit. It might look cool for you because, you know, the angle would be cool, and there's the image stabilization. Look, action! Whoa, look at that! Whoa, do you see that? You know, this is an action camera. It can handle that sort of thing. Whoa, we're bouldering. This is adventuresome, you know. Danger. What if I fall? Let's you know, more action. A little less conversation, a little more action. That's what we need around here. Break up the flow a little bit. Break up the monotony. There's all sorts of fun to be had, you know? Look, there's a stand on a rock here, and then we can be dangerous. We can have a little danger and jump over to this rock. You know, my feet, both of my feet were off the ground. Oh, wait. Jump back over this room. Over this room. You know, and you can like vicariously live through me. You can vicariously have a representation of action in your life. You can imagine what it would be like to jump around on some rocks. This one's sparkly. Look how sparkly it is. Look at all the sparkling mica. Let's just keep walking, you know. We got time. We got a lot of time left. I guess it is that time now where I can start retracing my steps. Now I'm walking down the hill that I walked up, past the halfway mark. Still quite a bit of time left though. And I don't want to do, I certainly don't want to seem like a clock watcher, you know? Like that the person on the job that's like, just keeps thinking about when to leave, you know? I should maybe, you know, and maybe that's like, maybe this is a consequence of me kind of like somewhat intentionally roughing up the emotional topography, you know, roughing up, making splashes in my mental and emotional state, you know, just for fun, really, you know, like not feeling any like, not like feeling the emotions like coming on me uncontrollably, but just like, hey, why not like shake things up a little bit and, you know, just throw some like little ups and downs into the flatness, but, you know, be still, you know, able to return into the relatively stable state if necessary. I mean, I don't know what is even necessary. We don't have to be in any particular state. It doesn't really matter. We're just moving through time. We're just gonna like walk and talk for 4 hours, and that's it. We don't have to be in any particular state other than walking and talking. I guess, you know, I want to avoid. I guess I want to like to avoid states that feel very negative. And so like try to stay balanced and stay realistic about things. Cause you know, like just stay in a way that keeps me, yeah, it's like that's consistent with the reality that presents itself to me, you know, like be in a state that's compatible with the reality that presents itself, you know. There's the reality that there's your inner reality that you have some agency and control over, and then there's the other realities that you don't. And so I just want to keep my inner reality in such a way that's able to interface with the outer reality, and in a way that and it doesn't hurt too much. Not too much, you know. Or if it hurts, then it's in a productive way. But, you know, there's a lost episode of Walking and Talking where the video stopped like just a little ways in. So many it's like me throwing you up in the air and catching you. Oh, that was that good. Whee! It's like if you were a baby, you can pretend you're a baby and I'm your father throwing you up in the air and catching you. Whee! 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 Let's do a higher one. Whee! Whee! Gotcha. You're my surrogate child for the moment. You're my adopted baby for the moment. No, not really though. Don't actually develop any kind of relationship like that with me. Don't depend on me for anything. I could disappear at any moment. But my hope is that through whatever interaction you have with me, you're more equipped to deal with an unpredictable and dynamic and changing world. Back on the flat ground here, picking up my pace, picking up the walking, and putting like a little bit of attitude in my walking, like yeah, walking with a certain swagger or something. I don't know, just for fun, you know? Why the hell not? Why the hell not? It's a cold, empty day, and we gotta fill this time. You know, that doesn't sound great to me, just filling time. We have an opportunity here. We have an opportunity to really make the most of this time. What does that mean? What does the most mean? We don't have an answer for that. I'm sorry. You know, at this point I've kind of, my attention is more drifting. It's not that I'm necessarily have a shorter attention span than I did earlier in the video, but it's as if I'm kind of entertaining myself. Is that a bad thing? Maybe. I don't know. Is it a little hedonistic? It might be. Like I was saying earlier, like should I really just like be staying really calm and kind of serious and focused and on like just like abiding in non-duality and like letting myself like really experience the emptiness of reality fully? I'm not sure, you know, maybe it's like I've done a lot of that, and then at some point like you naturally kind of have to rebound a little bit. Like it's like if you're like it's as if you're kind of swimming underneath the surface of the water, and you're like naturally like have a little bit of buoyancy or something, like, or like the deeper that you get, like the more that buoyancy comes into effect, and it's gets harder and harder to keep going deeper. Like there's a natural draw back up to the lighter side of reality at a certain point, you know. So, you know, if you're feeling like you're on the downswing of things, like you're hurting in life, like I don't know. I'm not here to like ease your pain, but you can know that like that hurting is like kind of you're going deeper into the understanding of things, and eventually you're just gonna kind of have to come back up to the light, like, you know, and it might even kind of happen effortlessly at some point, maybe. But you know, don't let that stop you from putting in effort anyways. Oh, I just like had this thought of like relaxing my mind for a second. Like started to feel like a certain like just like constriction, or a certain like tension going on, emotional tension, maybe like a little quasi judgment of myself coming up. But that hasn't happened too much, to be honest, in this video. I haven't had a lot of judgments of myself. It's been pretty free of that, and I'm just like stopping to appreciate that for a moment. Yeah, I don't know why this grayness seems to affect me so much, this environment that I'm in. The brownness and the grayness and the darkening sky. Just I just really associated a lot with loss and death and darker side of life, and kind of a longing for vibrancy and abundance. But you know, it'll come, those things will come back. And you know, maybe I will just see what it's like to try this thing out of just relaxing my mind for a moment, see what is it that I actually mean by that. And like maybe that'll happen by a little bit of silence here. See what happens if I just lay out for a moment, see what happens. I guess all that happened was that I realized that it would be fine to just start talking again. That the talking doesn't necessarily have to involve any tension in the body or the mind. Thoughts drifting around a little bit to like different things. Like I thought about what would it be like if I did this every day, and the idea is a little bit intimidating, doing this every day, you know. Or if I think about it, it feels lonely. I feel like I'd rather be around people, but I don't know, you know. That doesn't always fix the feeling of loneliness, you know. You can be around people a lot, but still not like necessarily. It's you know, that's not like a fix all, you know. It's not always satisfying. You know, some kind of balance. It's like when When I'm with people, I'm with people. When I'm not, I'm not. Life is life. It's fine. That might be the new, that might be the new slogan for walking and talking. It's fine. I would say life is life, but I think that's already a thing. I think that's maybe somebody else's intellectual property. I think it's fine might be like the new slogan. I'm sure somebody else has used that too. And I had the feeling of like this feeling of loneliness. It's like where are my people at? Where's this where's the opposite of that gonna come from? Where's this communion idea? And I have a feeling it's like maybe a little bit looser. It's like, yeah, I want to be around people, but like not people that are like too different from me, that I can't like have a, I want to be able to have a conversation about what I'm interested in, and have them be like close enough to that point of view, but different enough that they'll stimulate me, that that sort of thing. And then like start to realize that like this idea that I have of the ideal company like becomes hyper specific, and it's like, does that even really exist? Like, what do I feel when I'm interacting with people? It's in some ways it's almost the same like range of emotions that I can experience when I'm doing this, when I'm talking to you. Listening to somebody talk, deeply listening, picking up on both the ideas that they're expressing, but also, the subtle emotional valences, the tone of speech, the way that they speak, like discerning what kind of relationship they have with their ideas, getting some kind of sense of what the nature of their experience might be when they're talking. And responding and wondering, like, what do I have to offer this person? What, an idea, an emotional valence, a way of thinking, an approach to relating. These are, I don't know, this is all just ideas right now. There's really no reason to overthink it. But like, sometimes I'm talking to people, and I'm just I feel aware of the emptiness of anything I'm saying and of anything that I could say, and similarly kind of feel aware of an emptiness beneath what they're saying and what they could say, and like just like understanding that, and that's not a negative judgment to say that person's vacuous, of course not. It's just like understanding the fundamental, like I said, non-duality and emptiness that's connected to everything. You know, all the ideas that we might be expressing to each other. And so so I'm not someone who tends to feel super passionate in discussions because of that type of awareness. I don't know, but the things that tend to incite my own passion are the things that, that touch upon the deepest parts of my awareness, the edges of my understanding of things. Those edges where maybe I'm not tapped into the non-dual understanding of that particular horizon of thought. And so such an idea might incite a strong evaluative response, whether it be negative or positive, a passionate response. And then that's where the learning comes in, and you understand that, and then you understand the more complex and nuanced nature of that, and then you understand it, but you're not so passionate about that particular thing anymore, but you might be passionate about the next margin of your understanding that comes up beyond that. I was starting to wonder about, but I am starting to have some evaluative judgments about this video now, that we've gone on, and I'm starting to kind of observe the nature of what I'm saying now, and kind of judge it as being a little bit rambling, from topic to topic, jumping from topic to topic, and the types of thoughts that I'm saying they're new to me, and in such they're maybe aren't very thought through or deeply thought about in advance. I mean, that's kind of the nature of all of this. But I'm feeling a little self-critical of the nature of this now, and I guess as I notice myself say that, what happened? It's as if I think what's happening here is maybe starting to foster some general representative ideas about the quality of past parts of this video, and to evaluate them as positive, and to hold them high, and to then start comparing what's going on in the present to that unfavorably. And so if I realize I'm doing that, then ideally I can just kind of stop doing that and have more acceptance for what's going on now. And if I have more acceptance for what's going on now, I think it's easier for me to... two trains. It's easier for me to yeah, I don't know, like just have a flatter, a more even response to whatever's happening right now, and thus have more continuity, probably more flow. Which, you know, as I say that, maybe I tend to evaluate that as a positive thing. But you know, it's hard not to. Yeah, it's so interesting. It's really hard not to start judging, like kind of speculatively judging, having thoughts about this video. You know, like thinking like, is there going to be anything special or unique about this video? Am I gonna be glad that I did it? Am I gonna be proud of it? You know, that sort of question. I feel almost hard to think about that, because like maybe I might worry that this video was not in some way not good or something like that, or like lazy or too drifty, or not positive enough, or didn't contain enough novel insights. You know, or there's always this question of, am I just being too self-accepting, you know? Do I have no standards? Shouldn't I have some kind of standards by which to judge the quality of this? Seems reasonable, right? I suppose, I don't know. Ostensibly, the only standard is whether or not I talk continuously for 4 hours. And to be honest, when I do start to make much more evaluative judgments beyond that, it can become a little problematic. You know, if I have an episode and I judge that episode as the best because of some particular quality that I happen to have, some particular thing that happened spontaneously. If I grant too much weight to that judgment, then in a future episode, you know, you can't always like force any particular quality on something to happen. You know, in a video this long where I'm just talking, I do, and to some respect, have to practice at least some amount of acceptance of what comes out of my mouth, you know, what happens in my mind. Maybe from an outside perspective, it might seem that I'm able to exercise some self-control, and maybe that's true. Some, you know, control over my mind. But from my perspective, it's kind of like just continually observing, you know, just basically just witnessing what's going on here. And because I'm talking, making it audible, it I'm not sure what that does. It kind of creates a more concrete accountability to my thinking, as in, if I'm vocalizing all my thoughts as accurately as I can, then and because they're out here in the so-called, you know, real world, and they're recorded and they're made available, then there's kind of an extra incentive for me to not let my mind drift. But in some ways I am just letting my mind drift, but like publicly, accountably in some way. Like just now there was this silence, and my mind was drifting around unaccountably. It was drifting around to things of my external life that aren't exactly relevant to this video, I guess just because they're not really relevant to you. And so I noticed those thoughts as being, I judged them as being a distraction more, because they're you know, thinking about possibilities of the future, and possibilities that are, you know, not directly related to what I'm doing right now, I guess. I mean, connected, yes, but like kind of far-ranging, kind of removed from the present, removed from this present activity. And then so I just realized that, and I was like, well, here I am, like relating to you, and my mind is drifting off about, you know, some kind of far-fetched self-concerned notion. And so there are standards in a sense, and the standards have to do with relating to you, you know, being legible, saying things that would be understandable to you, you know, not just like not just talking about the specific factors going on in my life, you know. I mean, I talk about, I reference things going about my life, but I hope in a general enough sense that they might relate to your experience. So this, in some ways, this is a certain form of socializing for me, but it's one where I'm so I mean, it's ridiculous, because I'm going on a basically 4-hour long soliloquy while trying to keep you in mind and trying to keep relating to you. But I guess maybe it's like a form of socializing where I feel totally free of social etiquette about talking, about conversation, you know, and that has to do with the medium that we're interfacing through, you know. I'm not cornering you at a party. I'm just putting this on YouTube where you can turn it on or turn it off at your convenience. I'm just making this available to you because that's kind of how I feel about my thoughts. Like I'm not like I don't feel strongly motivated to corner everybody and tell them that this is the way the world is. I feel more like, you know, if you want to hear my experience, like, it's available. But I don't, you know, I'm not expecting you to listen to all of it, and more importantly, it's not such that I need to impart on you any specific idea that I've created. It's just like understand this, getting an understanding of this process of thinking is kind of like getting to know me. And what I would hope to do is to like have this talking, this process be connecting to be coming from a deep enough part of me that it feels in a way kind of like knowing yourself, like coming from a place where we are not separate.
We're gonna have to take her down.
Oh, that guy's doing a biking and talking. That's like carrying like a ton of stuff. That was bizarre to me. It was not that bizarre. I was walking on the right side, and I thought the guy biking would go on the right side as well, but he stayed coming towards me, so I got on the left side, and then he looked at my weird selfie stick, and then he was carrying a ton of stuff on his bike, and then he suddenly started talking as if to someone else about taking a day off or something. It sounded like some kind of work-related conversation, and I was baffled as to whether he was actually talking to someone on a phone or talking to himself, or making his own 4-hour-long YouTube video called Biking with a Lot of Stuff and Talking. I'm thinking about how am I relating to you? You know, people in the world, we don't usually bear all to everyone around us. You know, like you can't, like you don't want to just try and like express absolutely everything about yourself to everyone around you. It's like we express certain parts of ourselves to different people in different contexts. Like when we do work, there's an expression going on there that's within a certain confine. There's a certain range to the work that needs to be done, and you do something within that range, and because it's in that range, it's useful to someone else. And when we have conversations, we'll, relate a certain range of aspects of ourselves to somebody for a certain amount of time, but not everything. Maybe with certain people that we're very close to, we'll reveal the deepest parts of ourselves to. And even in this walking and talking, I'm not like revealing everything about myself, but I am trying to relate I don't know what I mean. I don't even know what I mean by a deep level, I was gonna say I want to relate from a deep level, but I don't even know what that means. What is a deep level? Like with this continuous 4-hour thing, like it's kind of hard for me to like prepare like a representation of anything, like it's not condensing anything into some very easily understandable idea. It's not addressing any particular subject. It's not it's not like I'm like compressing a life lesson into a 30-minute sitcom or something like that. It's just like it's real time, And so to that extent, you see somewhat of like what you could call the real me, or it's at least the real me for these 4 hours. And all the boringness and the emptiness and the weaknesses and everything else there is all right there on the surface. Maybe not. Maybe there's other weaknesses that I hide or something. Well, I mean, there's the whole rest of my life, that outside of this video that you don't see. Maybe you wonder what that's like. But since you're able to understand, I don't know, you're able to witness so much of me just thinking. It seems kind of like to me, that seems kind of like the important part or something like that. Not really particular aspects of my life, you know, the specifics. Not that important, I don't think. And it's not, you know, in most kinds of exchange, it's like not that important, you know? It's like what's going on, you know? It's just like what's going on right now. What's this like? What's happening? What's your experience? Whew. Man, and you know, like, yeah, after doing this, it's like by the end of this, I just have, you know, this enormous kind of gravity back towards just fulfilling the, like, I don't know, like bodily needs, you know, like warm drink, warm food, warm house, sitting down, of course, like looking at something distracting like my computer. I'm gonna restart the video now. Make sure this puppy's still running. Alright, here we go. It's getting darker now. Just noticed that it's like becoming nighttime. There's clouds over there. I think, you know, we all do this in our lives, you know. We all go into this, like, experience this emptiness, you know. You work a job and you kind of go in and, like, maybe you go into the same framework at your job every day. You face a certain range of types of problems every day, and then maybe within those problems there's a variety of problems that you have to deal with that are new all the time. And even if you're doing something very repetitive, like one task, like washing dishes or something like that, or working on an assembly line or something like that, very narrow, seemingly narrow framework of things to do, that then you run up against still a different experience every time, different internal problem, you know, the boredom. Like, how do you deal with the boredom every day? And what is the boredom? The boredom's like the difficulty of not having something to distract you from the emptiness of reality. And even if you, like, don't have to work because you're just, like, filthy, you know, you're just, like, extremely wealthy, and you can just live off your dividends and live off your bank interest or something like that, like then still like, boredom, you know, you got everything. Like you're still gonna run into these problems. What's my meaning in life? What's the purpose in life? Like, and then, you know, and other times you'll just not be worrying about that, and like things will just be happening, and life might for a little while feel just like rolling down a hill, and like in a fun way. So I don't know, I guess maybe I'm doing this today as a way to just intentionally just jump right into that that difficulty, that boredom, in a way that feels pretty direct. Just confront it pretty head on, and then, you know, and then my theory is like, maybe, you know, when I confront it, you know, in a full-on way, maybe the rest of my life there's less of it. There's more interest in the rest of my life, because I've kind of inured myself to, you know, being able to face nothingness for extended periods. Is it real nothingness? I mean, I'm talking, you know, I'm talking a lot, and like, maybe that's kind of an indulgence. Maybe that's a form of distraction in itself. You know, maybe I am really just kind of intellectually distracting myself from actually more full non-dual awareness. You know, am I just intellectualizing this whole time? It's kind of true, but just kind of like also just trying to like also just, I don't know, stay aware of a realm of experience that's beneath the intellectual, like while I'm intellectualizing, you know, saying words but still being aware of their underlying emptiness as I'm saying them. I'm kind of doing that a little bit more now. Like now I'm focusing a little bit more on just the words. I feel like I just now put myself into more of kind of like a witnessing mind state of hearing myself talk. And yeah, it's like, it's a different experience. It's fine, you know, life is life. It's fine. And you don't have to be talking to be doing that, to just, you know, be kind of deeply in this state of just witnessing. Witnessing the thinker, witnessing the talker, and then, you know, what's beneath the thoughts. Where are the thoughts coming from? And at this point the thoughts feel more like they're just coming from emptiness, or like there's emptiness, you know, beneath the thoughts. It's like they're just here, you know, like saying I am talking, like what's the I there? Like that, that's feeling a little more ambiguous now, a little more expansive. You know what is what is this that I'm doing? I don't know. I feel out in the open. I feel out in the open and vulnerable. Maybe that has some relation to, this environment that I'm in, and it getting dark and cold. The environment certainly affects my mental state. But it's, at some point they start to feel like they're not separate. That is, my mentalizing and my environment don't feel like separate things, and it feels, I might just totally be deceiving myself. Maybe I'm just convincing myself of this, but I don't know. I guess this almost solipsistic feeling that this world is a dream. I don't know if you can see that crane under there, just standing in the water in the dark. That fucking blows my mind. Great blue heron just standing under a bridge in the dark in the water. It's cold. Is it just gonna stand there all night? Damn. Wow. Can you imagine an existence where you can just stand in water on a cold night? Like having this kind of solipsistic feeling that as if my consciousness was creating the world around me. And that doesn't really fit into my understanding of reality, or does it? Because it's like there's all these other people in the world that also appear to be conscious to me. I'm not gonna tell you you're not conscious. Is that would be weird. But you know, like having this like little glimpse of experience of this experience of like this, as if like my experience is all that there is or something like that. I guess that sounds like the height of narcissism or something. But I guess it's like it includes everything and everyone as well, and it includes all the other experiences or something like that. Not that I can experience reality from your point of view. I don't know. Really, there's nothing going on. It's like for a moment it feels like some kind of realization, and then I just realized that, like, oh, it's just normal, you know? It's just like, here I am, a person experiencing the world in which many other people experience the world, and like that's it, and it's just like completely normal. All these different experiencers, like why can't I experience it from other people's point of view? Why am I stuck here with this vantage point? But this vantage point isn't really fixed either. It's like constantly moving, you know. I'm walking forward, and I'm at every moment a different vantage point. And even if I'm sitting still, like, every moment is a different vantage point. Whatever. Maybe I'm just trying to sound profound, is all. Maybe I've just been reading too much stuff about consciousness, and it's affected me in some way that I have this need to sound profound, and I want to impress you with that, or like give you some idea of grandeur. But I don't think really there's like I don't know if really like we need to like look for a spectacular kind of state, you know? It's like the one that you're already in. Just like, that's fine. It's fine. Life is life. It's fine. Just whatever state you're already in, whatever experience that you're having, you know, that's it. What are we doing here anyways? This video, you know, I'm just trying to fill space, you know? That's all we're really doing. Just like fill space with whatever seems interesting. You ever like, you know, you ever just have a feeling where you're like, I'm just like tired of experiencing reality? Is that like the feeling you get like when you're like close, you know, close to the end of your shift at work, you know. Like I'm just ready, you know, I don't know. You can't really stop experiencing reality, but you can like change it, change the scenery. That's like, I'm kind of having a little bit of that feeling now, but you know, you just accept it. And well, because I could if I wanted, you know, it's good to just realize essential freedom that you have. You know, you could get right up and walk right out of work right now, you know. I'm assuming you're watching this at work instead of working. Or maybe you're listening to it while you're working. But you know, you can always, unless you're physically confined in a prison or something, which, you know, many people are. You always have some options. We say we have to go to work, but the truth is, we want to go to work. In order to reap, you know, the benefits of that work, you know, to get paid, presumably, or because we find some other, or maybe also because we find some further reward in the work that we do. And you know, you always do have the option to not go to work. And then you would just deal with whatever consequences result from that. But you know, if you think about, you're making a choice to go to work because that does things for you that you want. And you know, me, I have to be especially aware and especially grateful that I'm doing this completely out of my own volition, to the extent that volition exists. And you know, my material existence doesn't really depend on this per se, but I do have some, you know, people that donate some money because of this stuff, and it's enormous help. You know, it's enormous encouragement for me to keep doing it. But you know, I you know, can stay, if I'm having that feeling of like, I can't wait to end this video, then I can, you know, just reconnect with this possibility, like, well, you could end the video right now. You know, it's only you putting this discipline on yourself of completing 4 hours every time. And so just stay connected to that, like I am doing right now, and then my perspective becomes more positive and more clear. But you know, even like the difficulties that I might experience, or the even if I have some kind of thought patterns that seem like bad habits or something, like unproductive thought patterns, or of negativity, or like feeling like I have to do something, or overly overly passive or
I'm in a third world country.
yeah, I like even that stuff can I can see how it can be of value, because you know they might happen in the video and then I have the space to notice it and just correct it, find a different strategy, and that can become visible. You know, maybe you might see it, learn from it or something. I don't know. Possible. It's nighttime now. It's nighttime and I feel pretty alone in the world, to be honest. I feel still feelings of loneliness. But to the extent that I feel those feelings of loneliness, I want to you know, be able to do something to assist with other people that might feel those feelings. To maybe demonstrate some kind of process that might build a certain kind of autonomy, a certain kind of emotional, mental autonomy that might reduce that loneliness, and then, you know, in the company of other people might benefit those interactions as well. Like even you know, having this strong feeling of loneliness like might not even be like exactly helped by being with people all the time, and it could even maybe like it could negatively impact relationships if you don't have, you know, your own emotional autonomy, if you're not comfortable with being by yourself. So you kind of face the loneliness full on and just be like, here I am, loneliness, like, and realize you can be okay in it. And then that builds some kind of strength in you, and then when you're with another person, you don't have to be dependent on their presence in order to feel okay, and maybe you can even be a warmer and more generous presence to them and help them feel less lonely. Because everybody experiences this. Sometimes at some point in their life. You know, even in marriages, people experience loneliness. Like, do I want to do walking and talking forever? Probably not. I don't think I really want to do it. I don't even think I really want to do it every day, really. Maybe I could do it every day for a little while. I don't know, maybe. You know, there's certainly monks that will just live for years alone, you know? And from all I can tell, they're pretty darn happy, maybe happier than most people. You know, for me and for most people, that idea of spending years in solitude is horrifying, you know? And having that pushed upon someone against their will is, you know, considered one of the most terrifying forms of punishment, you know? Solitary confinement against your will. That's like, you know, that sounds like hell, you know, and it is. It's a horrible, you know, form of punishment, a horrible way to exist. And yet then there's other people that do that willfully and seem to prefer it that way. You know, not many people. Just a few monks and nuns, you know, going and living in the forest, in the mountains. It's, you know, the typical, the archetypal version of that. And maybe they come back to society at some point, or they transmit something back to society from that experience. I mean, that's, in some ways, that's the only way we really know about that. You know, maybe they come back and teach some people some stuff, or they write some stuff. Like Ramana Maharshi, and there's probably other people that maybe experienced more intense and longer solitude. So I guess I couldn't necessarily discount what potential might lie in the idea of me doing this every day. You know, it's not even as intense solitude. Like, mentally, it's, you know, it's a soliloquy. I'm alone. I'm talking. Well, I'm talking to you, so there's like, my energy's going outward to you. It's not quite the same as being alone and like directing it all inwards. Yeah, it's as if I'm like kind of staying connected to society in a weird way. And then I also, you know, interact with society in more conventional ways. I go to the store and buy some food, hang out with some friends. You know, I'll just, I know that viewers seem to like appreciate when I like tell them that I like have a life outside of this. I like have friends and stuff. And I go to a job sometimes. People seem to be comforted by that, which I can understand, you know. I want that for myself too. I guess hanging out with friends tends to be that sort of thing where like I'm kind of like the buoyancy comes back up from the depths, and just like kind of like hang out in the light part of reality, you know, the like things are really fine, you know, things are fine part. Not that they're not fine, you know, but you know, when you're just hanging out with friends, you know, interacting with people, a lot of times you can feel it. You can feel how things are just kind of okay. You know, you just talk to people and you relate to people, and like you can kind of understand that everybody else like has the same like kind of fundamental state of being as you, being this experiencer in the world. And you know, there's a good chance that they understand that in you, and so like when there's friendship or just like goodwill between people, you know, like the loneliness goes away. It's just like you just come to learn that your experience of difficulty that you have, that you're not a freak for experiencing that darkness and that difficulty, and that like everybody has to experience it. Everybody experiences it in different ways, different topographies. Maybe it's, you know, maybe in some people it's like more spread out, maybe some people more even topography, but you know, everybody's essentially has the same fundamental quality of being. And you know, when you realize that about each other, it's like kind of, it might relieve some of this extra anxiety that you might just be like alone and experiencing that, and everybody else is better off than you or something like that. It's not true. like I look forward to, that's kind of what I'm looking forward to now actually, is talking to people. Like even if I don't like have a friend to talk to like in real life at the moment, then like just corresponding with some people online might be like a reasonable substitute. And I like Skyping with people, and like not to be manipulative and like put my Patreon plug in, but there's like people that there's like a few people now that donated on Patreon to me, either currently or in the past, that like I've just kind of become friends with and like keep in touch with, and it's great because obviously anybody that's going to donate to me on Patreon, like anybody that supports this kind of thing, like we obviously have something in common. About how we experience reality.
Center City via Upper Henry Avenue and the Circle Expressway.
And so for me, it's like become a pretty interesting way of meeting people too. Just like meeting some people and like having some longish conversations and just sharing some kind of like some fairly, you know, deep experiences, I guess, and learning from each other. I mean, learning from each other is not really the point. It's more the point of just like experiencing each other, interacting with each other. And it's become something that I don't like see as a chore, you know. But I guess I don't see many things as a chore. I don't know, some things. Things are a chore before you do them. When you're thinking about doing them, like when you need to take out the trash, or you need to fix the stove because it's the front two burners are not, the flames are really low and they're not really working, and you don't even know how to fix the stove, and then that's a chore that you have to do, and then, you know, it stays a chore in your mind for a while, and then one day you're finally like, I'm gonna do that today, and then you look up a YouTube video, you search like stove burners, low flame or something, and then it's like how to fix it, and then you see the video, you just take a needle and you stick it down in there in the little gas nozzle that's underneath the burner, and clean out the little like schmutz in there, and then bingo bango bongo, like it's flaming just like it used to, and then you feel a sense of satisfaction. Or maybe you might imagine maybe you might think about talking to somebody as being a chore or something. Like, I have to have this conversation with someone who think it's a chore, and then once you actually have the conversation, like, maybe there's difficulty, maybe there's not, but hopefully there's some form of connection there, and it's like, then when it's actually your experience, it's not like a chore anymore. I don't know. It's like sometimes the onerousness and the difficulty of things exists more in the preconception of them than the actual doing. That seems pretty obvious, I guess. You know, getting out of bed being this hard thing when you're laying in bed, and then you're out of bed, and then it's in the past, and you're just out of bed. You know, there's nothing, and then there's nothing bad happening. Man, this feels long now. It just kind of dawned on me that this feels like a really long video. Or just my experience of walking and talking, like, it feels like a lifetime almost. And it's getting closer to the end. Yeah, my thoughts are straying now a lot to the rest of my life, thinking about things I might want to do, and there's some kind of pain involved in that. Like, you know, like thinking about like eating dinner or something, and like imagining that's going to be this like wonderful, pleasurable experience, and then just like realizing that it's just going to be another experience. Like, it's just going to be eating dinner. It's not going to be like that pleasurable, you know. It's just like just eating, and then like being a little disappointed about starting to get excited about the future, and then like remembering about non-duality and being like, oh damn. It's like yeah, like this feeling of like existentially there's no free lunch. Like there's just no like easy happiness, and then just like remembering that and just like being like and then just kind of like, but then that leading to more just acceptance of right now, just being like, all right, this is it, this is life, it's fine, you know, this is life now, like even before I eat dinner. And this is okay. So that's fine. Yeah, I'm not really gonna try hard to like end this video in a like especially like positive or gratifying way. I'm not gonna try for that. Because yeah, I mean, you know how things are. You know how life is. Like you don't need me to like suspend any like illusion before you that like everything has a happy outcome, you know. It just keeps going, you know. It keeps going, and it is what it is. It's fine, you know. And it isn't. It, or to reframe that in a more positive way, it isn't and it is. You know? The positive reframing of this being, it's fine that it's not fine, or something like that. How do you feel? Do you feel okay? I feel okay. That's basically how I feel. I feel okay. It's fine. That's, you know, that's my mantra from now on. I'm not talking that much at this point, but I feel like I'm still kind of like, even in the sparsity of talking, still kind of continuing to express whatever needs expressed now, which is nothing. There's like some moonlight up there. There's a little bit of moon peeking out from those clouds. Oh, looks like almost a full moon. Ooh. You know, now we're just kind of in the realm of small talk, you know, just like pointing out stuff like the moon, like, ooh, the moon, you know. The clouds, just, you know, it's like just total mundane stuff, you know. I guess pointing out the moon is like a little more than mundane. It's like celestial body, if you want. But you know, just total normal reality, like wouldn't, you know, really stick out to anyone if you said it in a conversation. And you know what? That's like that's about right for right now. You know, it's about the right thing to be doing here. You know, we're just in reality, moving along, just like noticing things, being okay with it. You know, we're gonna take care of our needs, get some food in us. Maybe talk to some people. You know, just some chit chat, you know? It's like, there's nothing wrong with that. Just like, you know, kind of just pointing out reality and, you know, kind of acknowledging that we're sharing a certain reality. You know, that we can all see that moon. Yeah, it's a full moon. You know, everybody else on this earth can see that same moon. Assuming they're not in an extenuating circumstance. And we're back, you know, we're back in the like populated part. There's people around me in real life. Cars and traffic, you know. People, this is like, it's like, you know, the end of a work day. And people kind of like me, everybody's getting off work. Everybody's, you know, may perhaps had this experience, you know, maybe they worked 8 hours or something. Maybe they worked 8 hours, and, you know, that's like twice as long as this video is. So hopefully they had a little more stimulus and comfort. And maybe, you know, I'm sure a lot of these people, you know, by the end of their workday were like, you know, I'm pretty darn ready to get out of here. You know, you experience one thing long enough, it's like you get tired of that, of seeing reality through that one limited lens, and you're like, you know, need a change of reality, need to take care of my bodily needs and my mental and emotional needs. So everybody's kind of on that rush to get back to taking care of their mental and emotional and bodily needs. And so am I. I'm gonna look at the time. What time is it? This video, man. Insane. Yeah, I think it's time now to cut this shit out. Yeah, if you want to connect further, check out the Patreon page. I think it's, I forget what my address is. I'll put it below the video. Thanks for being here with me. Seriously. What, you know? What an insane experience. Just normalcy. How weird it is. And you know, may you weather reasonably well whatever emotional topography life throws at you, and just remember that it's fine, even if it's not. I don't know if that's real advice. Don't take my advice. But if it, you know, ask yourself, is it fine? You can answer that for yourself. All right, take care, and thanks, and we'll see you next time.